Good evening. How are you all doing? Welcome to the watch party, I guess it is. Yep, having a little watch of the, oops, wrong one. Having a little watch of the Super Rugby games that will decide who will and who won't make the old playoffs. So first up, we've got the Stormers versus the Sharks. That should be an interesting one. Looked at one of the algorithm predictions and had Stormers by 3. So yeah, this is going to be a very close game. I've gone Stormers just with the home advantage, with Cohen Bosch obviously missing the Sharks. Yeah, not convinced with the whole Sharks thing. So. Real culture. So yeah, that's what's going to be going on. Let's bring up the current table so we can all have a look at that. So these should be good games, shouldn't they? Let's get the current, how everything stands currently up on screen for you. Yep. Oops. I think I have to do that and so you can actually see the see me. So here you go. Here's the current standing. So Crusaders, Jaguars, Brumbies, Hurricanes are at the top there, and the Bulls, Chiefs, Highlanders, Lions. Now clearly we've got the Stormers, Sharks now. So I guess as soon as we kick off, we can add 2 points to each of these and have to resort them all, but which will be a bit silly, obviously. But yeah, we'll have to have a look at that. Oops, I think I've gone and lost my ability to. Oops, live control room. There we go. Otherwise, I can't see your comments, and then I'll be just on my own talking at a TV screen, which would be a little bit strange. But there you go. So I'm on the PS4 and iPhone. Oh, great, Joshua. Good to have you on board. So let's go back to the spreadsheet. So as you can see, Crusaders, Jaguars, Brumbies, Hurricanes, Bulls, Chiefs, Highlanders, Lions, Stormers and Sharks. Now, these two sides, I say the algorithm says it's 3 points either way. Looking at the teams that are showing the teams on TV currently. But Dupria in there at 10 really does not show me any, don't really have any kind of, kind of confidence in him in that role. So we'll have to see how the Sharks go. I mean, the Sharks have got a very talented side. The problem is their coaching, as always. The Stormers, on the other hand, much less experienced 9-10 combination in there. But Lades at fullback can always step in and help. Actually, sorry, 125 caps for Vermac at 9. Sorry, much less experienced 10, should I say, standard. But Lander, without 15, he can also step in and help out. So it's going to be interesting to see how this game pans out. As I say, the Sharks, very talented team, but not very well coached team. That's the big problem we have there. Hey there, Simon. How you doing? It's going to be, I think it's opened in a new. Just trying to figure out how to best to juggle all my windows so I can see what you guys are saying and watch the game and all of that kind of stuff. So, oops. So those are the quarterfinals there. Currently standing: Crusaders, Jaguares, Brumbies, Hurricanes hosting, and they're the people they're up against. I'll change that as we as the evening goes on. Let's stop presenting that. And hello, everybody. You can now see me. Camera's on. Looking forward to it. I'll just boil the kettle, so I'm just going to go and quickly get myself a Milo, and then just before kickoff, so I can have a drink and stay warm because it's nice and cold here in New Zealand. So yeah. Oh no. Right, I'm back. I have a problem. My screen isn't showing. So I could hear it, but I can't see it. No. I can hear it, but I can't see anything. This is not helpful. Help. Yep, I'm watching online, but my problem is that I have I got myself set up with a TV as well as my computer, but you can see my TV says no sync, which is a bit of a problem. so that's why I was having some issues there, folks. I couldn't, so now I'm having to try and juggle everything just on one screen, which is not so good. I was hoping to have two screens so I could split things up and it would all be, I could watch the game at the same sort of time. But as you say, the Sharks are going well on a website, not on Skype. I probably should be using Sky, but there you go. But and this is where the Sharks play best, is when they're playing at pace, spreading it, and asking lots of questions of the opposition. We saw them do this against the Lions, and that was really impressive when they did that. Cool, got both screens working again, that's good. Geez, never like to see an injury, especially not this early in the game, which is really sad to see. So hopefully he is okay. Yeah, there will be a quick, a short break between the two games. This game obviously kicked off at 5 past. The second game kicks off, I think, about 1/2 past. I think there might be like a 20-minute gap or so between the two of them. How did the South African sides go against British and Irish Lions? That is a very good question. Actually, it's 1/4 past, isn't it? So yeah, there's only about 10 or 15-minute break between the two. How the South African sides go against? Well, I'm going to do a video for my supporters next week, and everything's gone black. What I will be talking about there is what South Africa is doing with their Super Rugby franchise, because they're stopping the what do you call it? Central contracts. So are they going to be able to retain players? Is going to be obviously a big question. And then how seriously will the franchises take those Super Rugby games? Because in New Zealand, they made the All Blacks available for, I think, all of them bar one of the games, and that was sort of really important, because otherwise, if they don't get proper opposition, then it becomes a bit of a waste of time, as we saw in South Africa and also in Australia the last 2 times. So hopefully South Africa does put their Springboks into the Super Rugby franchises. But it'll be also interesting to see how they actually play, because obviously you've only got 4 Super Rugby franchises, but I think they're also playing less games, aren't they, in the next sort of tours. So, but I think the Super Rugby franchises will struggle against British and Irish Lions, a bit like the Super Rugby ones did. I mean, the Blues went well, but that was like the second game on tour. So once the Lions get in their stride after about 4 games, 3 or 4 games, then I think the Super Rugby franchises will struggle, especially if they lose a lot more players to Europe, which it looks like they're going to do with the stopping the central contracting. You got to wonder how South Africa are going to hold on to any players. To be honest. Okay, so that's 2 replacements on already for the Stormers. Wow, we're only 5 minutes in. This is going to be a long old game for them if they're going to be losing players this quickly. Let's be honest. Okay, here we go. The Stormers actually got the ball, and they've got it wide straight away. Snap those hands, no surprise there. The South Africa Pro 14 teams will get a chance to play the Lions, will they? That's interesting. As I say, it's going to be interesting to see who they actually do. Because obviously you've got the Lions, Sharks, Bulls, Stormers, and then you've also got the Cheetahs and the Kings. And there's also talk of putting the Griquas and the Pumas into a European competition as well. So you have 8 sort of professional teams soon if you're not careful. I know that the Griquas and the Pumas are going to have smaller, what do they call it, salary caps, because whilst they're only in Curry Cup. But yeah. So the oh wow, and this jeez, is anybody going left on this pitch? We've already lost another player to HIA there for the Sharks. So this is turning into a brutal game straight away for the players. So I'd be interested to hear from you guys, see who you think is going to go through and make it into the quarterfinals. I think the Stormers, say at home, they should get the win here. I think that'll be enough to see that. That'll be enough to get them into the finals. And I think the Sharks are going to miss out, to be honest with you. But we'll have to wait and see. We'll see how the game goes. Yeah, losing so many players at all. Well, did you notice the Hurricanes played effectively a B team against the Blues tonight and did very well, didn't they? So I reckon the Lions are going to get to the playoffs. That's going to take. They are going to, because the Lions will only get to the playoffs if they beat the Bulls. So interesting. So you think the Lions are going to beat the Bulls tonight? Well, that's most. They're both at altitude, and because it is just next door to each other, and that should be a cracking game. To be honest with you, the atmosphere there should be wonderful. It's the closest derby you have in Super Rugby. Good evening, Thomas, or yes, I say good morning for me. No, you're quite right. Sorry, that's right. The Lions just need a bonus point to go through. Sorry. Yep. The Bulls have been travelling. That is very true, but they've also been travelling and playing very well. Changing teams like that. That's oh dear. So the current situation basically has the Stormers heading over to the Crusaders, but oops, no, sorry, that's wrong. I need to check the points difference now. So yeah, that's the order that the teams are in at the moment. So probably you'd rather have the Lions than the Chiefs. Yeah, so I can understand that. It has been very close, and as you say, the Rebels could have finished anywhere from 6th. But a lot of people talk about the fact that the Rebels have fallen off a cliff, and yet, if you look at their results, sure, they beat the Brumbies and the Highlanders in the first 3 games. But after that, the only teams they've beaten have been the Reds and the Sunwolves, i.e., 14th and 15th in the competition. So, to say that they've fallen off a cliff, I think is pretty unfair. I think they've just been pretty poor since that opening bit, to be honest with you. So that's how things stand currently. Crusaders would have the Highlanders, Hackney Rovers would have the Stormers, Brumbies would have the Chiefs, and the Hurricanes would have the Bulls. And I can see why the Brumbies wouldn't want the Chiefs at the moment, the way they've been playing. Yeah, the Rebels have been terrible since since the start of them actually of them existing. They have been struggling since the start of their existence. They went out for marquee names to start off with, and that's not really what really works. Oh, great take by Sonala there. Yeah, true. The win against the Highlanders was a very understrength side as well. Oh, but he's lost it at the breakdown. Jeez. This game is starting off at a high pace, and oh, that's high. I do like Lades as a footballer. Hasn't got necessarily the pace from the others, but just, as an all-round footballer, Lades, I do like him, must admit. Oh, there's another player down in back there as well with a trainer on. That's not good. As you say, will there be anyone left to play? Oops. Phew. Getting blind again? Okay, so 2 of the players are back from their HIAs. That's great. It's good to see from the that they're okay, but you always do wonder if they perhaps are trying to rush themselves back. What are your thoughts on South Africa joining a pro competition leave Australia and New Zealand start a trans-Tasman competition? Yeah, I was going to do a video about this for my supporters, but basically, yes, I think that New Zealand in particular, Australia wants to do a trans-Tasman competition, but I think that New Zealand in particular has made a mistake by sticking with South Africa, that actually they should go for a trans-Tasman competition and then should also include Japan and perhaps some Pacific Island sides. And I think domestic competition should be aligned by time zones. Basically, I don't think playing games in the middle of the night, pardon me, is good for anybody. So fans just miss half the games or miss a proportion of the games, and yeah, it just doesn't work for me. So yeah, I do think that South Africa should, that South Africa should come out of Super Rugby. Where that leaves Argentina, though, is anybody's guess, because obviously at the moment there's not or the Hangaroos, there's not a high enough level of competition in the Americas time zone. So what do we got here? We've got Sharks scrum just outside the 22. We're going to see a clearing kick or more running rugby. Bring some Wolves, have 10 sides, play twice, top 4 make finals. Yeah, if you're going to have the Sunwolves, you've also got to have if you're going to do that, you also have to bring the force back. So do you take 3 at this point? Get some points on the board? No. Right, I thought they'd gone for 3 there. We're 15 minutes in, no one scored yet. Both had opportunity, both been sort of down each other's end. I would, they're both trying to play at pace, but bonus points are not required for this one. For the Stormers, just getting the win is the important piece first. You think, yeah, 20% possession for the Stormers. You'd think, I would have thought they would have put them. Yeah, I'd have gone for the 3 there. Okay, no, Sunwolf's been forced. Now you have to have Sunwolf. You have to have the Japanese market for the money. Oh, absolutely. The Jaguars have been fantastic, and they should definitely not be cut for being too good. Phil Cairns is just an idiot, or is intelligent, doing his job well, which is just to create controversy so that people click on his page and read his article. So, but yeah, the idea is a silly idea, is that they're too good. And Super Rugby told them they had to have a strong side and had to have pretty much a national team. So to be then surprised at saying, hey, look, we've been duped, is absolute rubbish. Right, well, the Stormers have set up camp in the Sharks 22, but is that a knock-on? Yep. And there's nobody at home. This is going to be... Woohoo! Yeah, I say, Durnley's a good footballer. Read that well. Rebels are a very frustrating team, one that always promises to get better year by year, but always falls short. And you sounds like the Blues. No, the Rebels are a lot better than they used to be. Let's be honest. Yeah, they definitely have flattered to deceive at the beginning of this season. There's a whole bunch of issues around them. First off, you've got lots of players who haven't played together much, so the continuity is not there, or the connectivity is not there in the team. Decent coaches, but then also off the field issues as well. They should have more of them playing in the NRC. Should effectively be and get them playing together more. Any tournament where half the teams make the finals is got something wrong. That's that's another thing I'm going to do a video about this week, is how many teams make the finals in Super Rugby. More than half the teams do. So how can you really take it seriously? Commentators telegraphing. They always do talk about telegraph. They always telegraph the kick. Do scrum halves. So I don't know why he's talking about that. Someone's either cut them or don't. You can't make them play out another year. Why would players even try? Right. Well, the Sunwolves problem is going to be actually having players. The problem is that, well, you can't cut them because of TV situation, contracts. Wow, what a fantastic 22! And here goes Sonala. Oh, Stormer's looking good here. Both sides just letting themselves down with with errors, really. Ben Darwin made some interesting comments about the Rebels, that it's not just players and coaching. I think there's other stuff going on in the background that we're not all aware of as well. So things like the ownership changing and knowing if they're going to exist or not, all those sort of things don't play well, don't help with the psyche of the of a club. You've got to remember that there's Melbourne is AFL, and they've set up a camp again in the 22, the Stormers, and another player down. Oops, who's got himself up from when the play comes near him. They have times, but they don't want to go back and renegotiate it again. That required a renegotiation for them to change the format. So trying to renegotiate again and then renegotiate a new deal as well. That's, yeah, commercially that's just not going to happen. What happens next to Zaka? I'm not sure, to be honest. I'd have to Google that. Oh, just snagged. Oh, there was no support line for him. This is frantic stuff. And when you think that players have been replaced already, yeah, whichever team can actually keep this up for 80 minutes is probably going to win it. I can see this game changing in the last 20 because no one's racking up points early, are they? Let's be honest. The Rebels should move to Gold Coast or West Sydney. Dear Simon, yes, you were talking about whether we should relocate Super Rugby teams. Yeah, you wouldn't want to relocate any of the New Zealand ones. They're all in the right places. There's nowhere else to move them. The place just isn't big enough. South Africa, I don't know the geography of South Africa well enough to tell you where the big cities and things are. So, but you're right. Australia, the one in I just, yeah, having been to Melbourne for the Lions tour, what, 6 years ago now, and just how empty the stadium was for the Rebels midweek game against the British Irish Lions was just, yeah, it shouldn't be empty for that kind of game. That kind of game, it should have been packed. I don't think Melbourne's a good place for a rugby union team in Australia at the moment. Stormers and Sharks could beat New Zealand team with this pace of game. There we go. Stormers took 3 that time, quite rightly. With the pace of the game, yes, but not with the number of errors they're making, Joshua. So yeah, they would struggle against. You've got to improve the handling because at the moment they make it. So yeah, they're dropping too many balls, which is just not. Yeah, you would not be a New Zealand team like this. Yeah, Melbourne Storm have been massively successful though, and either by having 2 sets of accounts or whatever. But yeah, they've actually been massively successful, whereas the Rebels haven't. And even then, are they fully? Are they getting big enough crowds in Melbourne? Not sure. So here's how the tables now stand with that penalty being scored. So yeah, so now we have now the Stormers have gone 3-0 up. The Stormers are up to 5th in the table, which means they'll travel to the Hurricanes. Bulls have dropped down, which means they would be, essentially that should be an 8 now, which means they'll be facing the Brumbies, and the Jaguars will have the Chiefs and the Crusaders for the Highlanders. So that's how it stands at the moment with 3-0. Obviously, we've got the Bulls versus the Lions to come later on as well. So we'll have to wait for all of that. Oops. Not sure I've been presenting. There you go. That's what I was talking about. That's the table currently. So Crusaders at the top, Jaguars, Brumbies, Hurricanes, Storms up to 5th now, Bulls, Chiefs, Highlanders, Lions, Rebels, Sharks down in 12th, which would mean Crusaders, Highlanders, Jaguars, Chiefs, Brumbies, Bulls, and Hurricanes, Stormers. So there you go. And the Stormers back down into Sharks territory, just outside the 22 with a scrum. Stormers really are using both sides of the full width of the pitch, which is good to see. Oh, again, was that high? Not according to the ref. Oh, jeez. Wow, that was quick. So the Sharks get what it gets run of play. You gotta look after the ball, haven't you? Can't be thrown away and given away like that to a speedster. Awful pass. And just like that, the Sharks are up into 5th place, and the Storm have dropped back down into 10th, meaning that the Hurricanes would have the Sharks rather than the Stormers. Will Genia Hinton, his last Super Rugby game? Wow, it doesn't really surprise me, to honestly. He is, he's getting on a bit, and if the money's going to, he wants to play the Rugby World Cup, then after Rugby World Cup, he might as well go and get some cash up north again. So yes, this is how I think the table now looks. Crusaders, Jaguars, Brumbies, Hurricanes, say the Sharks up to 5th, Stormers down to 10th, but which would mean the Hurricanes have the Sharks. Obviously, a long way to go yet. If he goes, who'll play 9 at the Rails? Well, Ruru to start off with. Right then, the Sharks need to get a good exit. That's a fairly standard one down to getting up towards the 10-meter line. But yeah, that was really against trying to play the Storm. The Stormers. That was a massive mistake for them. The stats still say it's only 50-50. Looking at the stats on ESPN on territory and possession, but yeah, the meters run, they're well up, and the Stormers actually had to have attempted more tackles than the Sharks have. So I guess it was that the Sharks had it all early on. Japan would make a lot of sense for Guinea. You're right, quite right, Simon. Less games, more training, so they do end up still working very hard. It's not an easy life up there, but there is less of the with less games, you don't have as much impact, as much chance of injury and that kind of stuff. So both sides currently tackling in the 86% range, which is decent. Yeah, and that's turnovers conceded. That's the Stormers' problem here. 9 turnovers now. Only 4 by the Sharks. That really is. That really has been the Storm's problem. But that's is going to be a card, isn't it? Leading with your arm into someone's throat like that. Is Brady going to Japan? I think he is going, but just for a sabbatical. That's got to be a card. Well, I leave with the forearm rather than the elbow, but which is what the commentator just said. And the one thing that's in his favour is he's not looking where he's putting his arm, is he? Kind of starting to look down. Maybe he's looking up. But yeah, I still think that's gone to the throat. That's got to be at least a yellow. Yep. Well, that's really not going to be. That's really going to put the Stormers in some trouble. Yep, I thought it was for him. Yeah, the thing is, if Josh in the chat there saying short man flank syndrome, fight the guy. Yeah, you don't have fighting in professional rugby because you're just going to get a card. So you have to go down, to be honest. Hey, Frankie, we're watching the Stormers versus Sharks. Currently, it is 3-5. So the Stormers on 3 and the Sharks on 5. That puts the Sharks into 5th place. I used to play hooker a long time ago. And then everyone else got big and I didn't. I got squashed. So yes, not and there was a let off for the Stormers. Do you take the 3 or do you go the man advantage and put the scrum down to make them bring on another hooker? I think you might put a scrum down in this situation. Yep. Frank, do I think the Canes can take the Crusaders? They can. Do I think they? But it's kind of like a 1 in 10 games they'll take them. Yeah, not very often. They just don't have the pack for it. Just too lightweight in the engine room, really, and also they don't have the props. So you're gonna. That was relatively innocuous. So yeah, so no, I think the Canes will probably lose to the Crusaders in the semi-final, to be honest, just like last year. What do I think of Laumapi? I think Laumapi is a very good player. I just don't think he's being played very well by some questionable tactics by the Hurricanes. Earlier during the season, Laumapi played a lot out on the wing. I know he had 12 on his back, but he ended up out on the left-hand side a lot during the early stage of the year. And then with the in the second part of the year, they're just not giving him the space to run at somebody in that 12 channel. And maybe that's just defences making sure that he doesn't get a chance to run at somebody one-on-one. But also, I do think that's where we've seen him play so well is when you got him off first phase, running at the 12, running at the 10, and he can get through with some pace. So yeah, no, I'm a great fan of Laumapi. Yes, and I've also heard that the Jaguares game is going to be on a Friday night, Argentina time, to Saturday morning, New Zealand time. It's going to be interesting to see if they try and make it an early game in South Africa. Early game in Argentina to make it a decent time in South Africa, or whether it'll be a later. And see what kind of time I have to get up in the morning to watch that one. Got my Tim Tams to keep me going. Talking about Nonu, I think he's been okay. I don't think he's great. But I don't think he's going to go to the World Cup. I think he's at least behind Laumapi, and I think Laumapi is 5th choice to go to the World Cup. So you'd be looking. He'll probably be 6th choice because players like Thompson down in the Highlanders just are really inexperienced and don't have the experience. But from a playing point of view, I'd be happy with Thompson. Potentially over Nonu, especially depends if you want a 12 or a 13. If you need a 13, I'd definitely go with someone else. But I think they'll probably go with him for initially because of the experience he's got when it comes to rugby. When it comes to Rugby World Cup. Oh, the Canes can definitely do it. You just got to say that they're unlikely to do it. I don't think it has anything to do with whether we give them a chance or not. I think it comes down to the teams on the day, and I can't see the Crusaders being complacent against the Hurricanes. You got to remember the Hurricanes won more games than the Crusaders did this year. Now the Hurricanes, the Crusaders got 2 draws, so they actually lost less games. So it's one of those ones where, or 3 draws, sorry, compared to the 1 draw by the Hurricanes. So they lost less games than the Hurricanes, but yeah. Cool, Frankie. Thanks for popping on. Since when have you been allowed to charge free kicks? Anyway. Nice taken. Okay, so Storm has only 4 more minutes and then they've actually survived this yellow card without actually giving up any points. The only problem's going to be how much the extra defensive work is going to tire them out come the second half. Passed it back into Sonata. Jeez. Oh, it was going. So, oh, he's got under his fingers in. Just a couple of minutes through till half time, then he can get it looked at properly. Yeah, I think the Stormers just want to get into half time and get the old, in fact, both sides probably. It's amazing that the territory and possession has been 50-50 when you think that the Sharks score came from that, well, intercept or, well, drop ball. The Stormers only come away with a penalty. I thought the Stormers would have had it. It feels like the Stormers had more of the upper hand in this half, but it's not got the points. Now, if you're the Sharks here, 8 against 7, you're going to scrum for the penalty, aren't you? No. Well held there by the Stormers. And that's half time, surely. What was that? Was an awful kick by Dupree. Total waste of the ball. It's half time already. He just kicks the ball out. What was that all about? That's just really, really poor play. Building pressure. This is just win their line out and kick it out. Then it's all over. So there we go, half time, and 3 to the 3 of the Stormers, 5 to the Sharks. Really, one of the lowest scoring games we've had in the Super Rugby, probably one of the lowest scoring halves of the season. Defence obviously has been good by both sides, both in the 86% range, so they're making the tackles. 85 for the Stormers, 86% for the Sharks. But those turnovers, 10 turnovers by the Stormers, really have hurt them. 6 by the Sharks. They're both looking after the rucks and stuff. Only 3 clean breaks for the Sharks, 4 for the Stormers. I really would have thought the Stormers should have made more of it than that. To be honest, they're the team that I think have had the upper hand, even if it doesn't show on the stats, and really should have come away with more points. They turned down at least 3 once, so you got to say, that's poor by the poor result for the Stormers. I'm going to go and make myself another Milo. And yes, of course, the Crusaders can do the 3-peat. But we'll have to see what they can do 4. So I'm going to go and make myself a Milo. So grab yourself a drink. It's half time. We'll be back in about, I'll be back quicker than that, but I think the rugby will be back in about 10 minutes. So that's it. So yes, so Simon mentions that Germany got relegated from the Six Nations, or the B6 Nations, or the European Champions Cup, I think it's called. No, can't be Champions Cup. That's the European Nations Cup, something like that anyway. And Portugal got promoted. You've got to say for Germany, that's probably we're probably going to see Germany disappear from Tier 2 rugby for a while now. They had a millionaire backer. Unfortunately, he fell out with the German Federation, and then he fell out at club level as well, because he was involved in 2 teams, and they said basically the German team couldn't enter the European Champions Cup because he had an interest in another team in France, I believe, and because of that he basically had enough and has pulled money out of German rugby, and so now German rugby is pretty much is very cash strapped, I can't. They're probably going to be in free fall down the levels for a while now. Unfortunately, Portugal, a country that I think, I'm pretty sure they've been to a World Cup before, one of the very early ones. So they have got some sort of history and sort of bouncing around that kind of level, the upper tier 2s. Also decent sevens team, relatively speaking, as well. So they've got some history and pedigree. So I wouldn't be surprised if Portugal stayed up in that one. So what have we got in there from memory? It's obviously Georgia, Romania, Spain, Belgium, Russia, and now Portugal. So Belgium were the ones that I think have got to be in sort of mainly danger out of that crowd. But that needs to be a higher pass than that. Jeez, sorry, replaying the try. But yeah, no, Portugal decent chance of staying up at that level with those other five, playing against those other five teams. Quick looking at the stats are showing us tackles made 80 by the Stormers, 69 by the Sharks. 12 missed, 10 missed. Nothing else sort of jumps out there as being different. We should show us minutes in the 22. That would be interesting. It doesn't feel like the Sharks, apart from in that first sort of 5-10 minutes, have been down the other 20, down that 22 area much in this game. When they did, we had Florent Dupree putting that kick through at the end there, which is what was he doing? Giving the ball away when the clock's in the red. That's just criminal. China, South Korea. I mean, South Korea are probably the top team in, or they've one of the top teams in Asia, bar Japan for a while now. I mean, Hong Kong now have gone fully professional, so they're for their national team. So they're trying to make moves to improve as well. Some other rugby that's going on at the moment is the women's sevens. So it's a quick look at the results there. So Canada beat Spain, Australia beat Ireland. This is the group stages. England lost to Russia. Ooh. New Zealand beat Scotland. USA beat China. France beat Fiji. Canada beat Ireland. Australia beat Spain. So that's how things are standing so far in that. So this is day one of the competition in France, which is the final stop on the HSBC World Series for the win. Overall, you've got New Zealand top the table on 92 points, ahead of USA on 80, Canada on 78, and Australia on 74. And then there's a big gap, 14-point gap down to France on 60 points. So New Zealand, USA, Canada, Australia should all expect to qualify for the Olympics. There you go. Little Olympic sevens update for you there. And England, Scotland just kicking off over in France. Do you think I could say I'm an Aussie who played in Melbourne in a tier 3 country would take me? No. I don't know how good you are or were or are. But having been in Singapore and Hong Kong, yeah, you'd have to play some club rugby there first and then make your way in through that way. That's how it kind of works in those sort of places. So you play some club rugby, get to know some people, get known, and then and play your way in, basically. Oh, Scotland already scored a try against England. And the place I'm following all this, by the way, is on the Tribe Sports app. So if you haven't got the Tribe Sports app, get the Tribe Sports app on your phone. It's a great way of just keeping up to date with scores and what rugby is on. I mean, other big rugby that's coming up this weekend after the Bulls, Lions. Soon after that is the top 14 final. Stade Toulouse versus Clermont. And then on Monday, we have in the early hours at 8 a.m. San Diego versus Seattle Seawolves. I have North America 3 women's team in the Olympics. Well, I can see Canada and USA making it. He's suggesting that Mexico will get in ahead of someone like Brazil. Interesting. Is it mean to say the under-16 All Black could beat Hong Kong? I think it's incorrect. I think you'll find the under-16 All Blacks would get out. They would lack the physicality to cope with Hong Kong. Under-20s, that's different. But under-16s, yeah, they'd be too small. So, Simon, yeah, North America, 3 women's team in the Olympics. Obviously, yeah, America and the USA and Canada. But Mexico, I'm not sure they'll make it. I think Brazil, I think there'll be one South American team in there. Oh, that's what I forgot to do. Oh, dear. So here we go, second half's kicking off. Regional qualifiers are split between North and South America. Oh, okay, interesting. Then I guess Mexico over would be the next one then. Brazil qualified last week. There we go. Okay. At least I got the right country. As one of the better 7 countries. Thank you very much, Joshua. Interesting reading a tweet here saying lots of anger over the officiating at this match. Personally, I've not had a problem with the referee. I think the referee's had a good game. So really don't get that that comment on Twitter. If you think the referee's been bad, then let me know. But I thought the referee's been decent this game. Well, lots of people being negative about the game on Twitter, unfortunately. But yeah, it wasn't a great yeah, hasn't been it wasn't great attacking rugby in that first half. The same mistakes by both sides meant the court scores down, particularly by the Stormers. But yeah, don't think it's been quite as bad as everyone's. I think the defence has been on top. Super Rugby doesn't have a bunker. I don't know what the NRL bunker's like, so I don't watch NRL. But I do like the idea of a bunker for the TMOs. But that's I think they have a similar thing in. I think we'll get more consistency that way, because then you could have fewer people doing it. Plus, you could have it would be the same screens, the same technology they have available. Well, there's a tackle off the ball then, but never mind. Been ignored by the ref. Yeah, I was surprised it didn't stop this at the time. The referee player obviously complained. Yeah, beyond the horizontal, but land on his back. So yellow at best, at worst, sorry. But I think he was going to. Yeah, I thought that's what I was going to go with. Just a dangerous tackle. I do find that kind of strange when they say just a dangerous tackle. So it could have been yellow because he went past horizontal. Unsurprisingly, the Storm is going to take 3 here. Funny quiz music when they decide to go to the TMO. Okay. I've got to change my spreadsheet again now. Hey, Damien, how you doing? Just watching the Stormers versus Sharks. Stormers just taken the lead at 6-5 now. And that means the Sharks will go back down to 11th place. And the Stormers move up in to 5th place for now. Obviously, the Bulls-Lions game to come means that if it finishes like this, that which it can't do, obviously, because we have to get some points out of the Bulls-Lions game. But currently, the Stormers will be travelling to the Hurricanes. So let's quickly share my screen. So, yep, so you can see Crusaders, Jaguars, Brumbies, Hurricanes, Stormers now up into 5th place. Bulls, Chiefs, Highlanders make the top 8 currently. And the Lions, Rebels, Sharks, Waratahs, Reds, Blues, Reds, Sunwolves. The ones in red are already out of the chance of making the playoffs. So it's now 6 teams into 4 places. So with those positions, the Mini Crusaders have the Highlanders, the Jaguares have the Chiefs, the Brumbies have the Bulls, and the Hurricanes have the Stormers. And basically all we're going to get probably today, or probably, sorry, during this game, is the Sharks and the Stormers switching places, and the winner will go into 5th, and the loser basically will sit down in 10th or 11th and be out of it. If there's a draw, then obviously that becomes a bit different, but at 6-5, we're definitely not, we're not heading towards draw territory in this one. And yeah, at 6-5, we're not in danger of any try bonus points either. Oh, actually, that's a good point. So the Sharks from 34 would have been on 34 points because it's the bonus point. Nice moves, but they always had the defence always had them all lined up there. What happens if it's a draw again? The Sharks miss out and the Stormers move up into the top 8. And then I have to start looking at points differences and things to compare them to the Chiefs in particular. That's a good kick. Very good kick. Oh, unlucky. Very unlucky. Who do I think will win? Who do I think? I mean, I've been I predicted the Storms would win coming into this game, but it's these two sides are extremely closely matched, and yeah, it's as we've seen so far in the first half that a pass that gets kicked and intercepted could easily decide this game. So yeah, whilst I think the Storms will win, I think it is really too close to call. Just to show what Josh was referring to there, just share my spreadsheet again. Is it possible for a New Zealand team to play the Crusaders in the quarterfinal? They would have to finish it. Yes, absolutely it is. Currently, it's the Highlanders. So the tiebreakers this one. The first are the most wins from all matches. Then it's the highest aggregate points difference, or the best points difference. Then it's most tries. Then the highest aggregate difference of total tries versus tries scored against, and then a coin toss to decide who comes at what positions in the table. Yes, if it got down to a coin toss, that would be a little bit harsh. But hey, I think it would be very unlikely to get through those other 4 first. But yeah, as you can see, currently the Highlanders sit in 8th place, which get them against the Crusaders. If this game finishes the way it is now, then either the Chiefs or the Highlanders would go forward to play the Crusaders in the quarterfinals, because the Lions, will jump above both of them if they got the losing bonus point. So actually, you got to say that the current situation is that it's most likely that the Crusaders will get a New Zealand team in the quarterfinals. Can we all have a quick moment of silence for the Blues? I had a rant against the Blues earlier in the Hurricanes Blues post-match reaction. If you want to go watch that, FedEx assist. The Blues are just awful today. I mean, they led the Reds. Was it 21-5? And then last weekend, and they led the Hurricanes 24-5 today. Just yesterday. Absolutely disastrous. Is it me, or is there, if we had more shorts being pulled down this season to show people's underwear? This is a side. It just seems players getting their shorts pulled down a bit more than previously. Wow, I thought Blades had stolen that there. Awesome big mauling. But yeah, the commentators there just saying that neither side is really contesting the ruck on defence, and they're just getting a line of players up. So you either bash your way through, or you have to offload quick and get extremely quick balls, find space in that defence. And that's what we're seeing in the first half, is that both sides struggling to score because of that. That was an absolute mess. Oh dear. What is hopper tie? No idea what you're talking about there, I'm afraid, mate. Ah, yes. So there you go. The table now up there for on the show. So it's just gone now. Yeah, no idea what a hopatite is, Joshua. So I have to Google that. Yep, and Twitter, unfortunately, is just a list of people complaining about the refereeing, unfortunately. Ah, I see, Joshua. Yeah, perhaps I won't Google that. So, got a break in play for some reason at the moment, and just looking at cameras, looking at the two coaching boxes. Some good fan shots, but the funny thing is when you're doing fan shots like this, people are cheering more for being on camera than they're actually cheering for the game. It's got nothing to do with the game at all. Very, very silly. Anyway, lots of shots of the crowd. Obviously, it must be a serious injury being dealt with at the moment. That's why we're not getting a view of it. And yet no one seems to be getting taken off. Okay, well, that was a very big break for something. The Sharks definitely had the better of this second half, and I'd say the defence on these two sides have just been on top, and they just can't get the attack going to break that. Storm is clearly trying to get the penalty, and they have got it. So let's see if we can get a first phase move from the well, Kitsov seems to go up first though. Interesting. Fast line speed and slow ball at the ruck. Yep, we're not going to see anything much here, are we? Let's be honest. It's very, very difficult for the Stormers to create anything with this slow ball and fast line speed from the Sharks. Similar to what the Stormers did the same thing to the Sharks as well. But yeah, both sides getting that defence up, slowing the ball down the ruck, and then boom, it's onto the boot. Snatler, one of the few sort of players who's been able to break. Oh, and he's lost the ball. Oh, clash of heads there. That was a bit silly there. And Bambi could be off again if he's not careful. And then he's on one yellow card. If he gets a second yellow card, it'll be red. So yeah, he should not be getting involved. Quade Cooper celebrating backflip, dear me. At the moment, it doesn't. I'm be honest. It does look like interceptions are the most likely way of scoring a try, because that's the only way we've had one so far, effectively. And yeah, these defenses are totally on. Have been on top this game. Yep, and again, it's back to the boot. Up it goes from the Sharks. Dylan Lay's very good underneath the under that ball there. Expect the Stormers to go through a few phases and then do the same back again. Grab a 3 behind, but well done by Schnaller. He's having a good game today. Oh, got the offload there, and oh, that was a crazy offload, but luckily went to Sinatla. Yes, Sinatla, isn't it? Nkosi, sorry, not Sinatla. Why am I getting mixed up there? No, Sinatla's playing for the Stormers. Sorry. Nkosi is the person I've been talking about that's having a good game. Would I like to see a power try in Super Rugby? No, I wouldn't. I think that they're trying some crazy suggestions in Rapid Rugby, Low Rapid Rugby. They did try a power try thing in the Varsity Cup in South Africa, where they do trial out a lot of different what do you call it? Different law rules, but no. Wow, Smith, yeah, 128.6 meters, 6 runs. That's impressive. Okay, interesting that the Sharks have gone to the corner rather than taking 3. You'd have thought they should have taken the 3 points and taken the lead again, but clearly they think their line-out maul. Well, I'm assuming it's a line-out maul they'll go for. That's yeah, looking at the stats, Lades, Delendi, and Toit are the guys who've done all the carrying for, or not all the carrying, but most of the carrying for the Stormers. Snell got through about 6, but he's second highest with 75 meters, so he's been more effective with 2 clean breaks and 3 defenders beaten. Same for Dylan Lays, actually. 12 carries, 2 clean breaks, 3 defenders beaten. For the Sharks, Nkosi, 5 defenders beaten. Yep, I'm saying he's having a good game. That's 5 tackles he's broken. Very good. Just 1 clean break, but yeah, he's definitely getting past that first tackle each time. Oh, they tried. Now, what we've been talking about is that, oh, nice by Robert Dupre there, actually. We've seen both teams kind of get, or at least seen the Stormers in this situation before, and not get some and not come away with any points. The Sharks really need to make sure they come away with points here. I mean, turn down 3 from that penalty. If they don't score this one, there's going to be a massive psychological boost for the Stormers. Are we going to see Dupree back in the pocket for a drop goal? Oh, come on, that's he's got to release that ball. See, no one from the Stormers is challenging the ruck. Everyone's up on their feet as quickly as possible into the line. And yeah, it's going to take some effort to breach this. Oh, actually, someone's trying to counter ruck there. That's and they get and the Sharks, funny enough, get across the gain line that time. Okay, trying to call players across the short side. Oh, and there we go. And there we go. Goonambi's yeah, he's clearly getting himself in this game. He is having a good. He's definitely getting himself involved. Not always in a good way, but that one again, that turnover was very big for the Stormers. And you got to say now that's got to be very bad for the Sharks. Brumby's red game with average, yeah, it was. Let's be honest. Sick of the Australian commentators talking about all the amount of due and that ruining all the handling. So seriously, they get it every week. They should be able to cope with it. So safe line out. Slowly get your players in the right place for the Stormers, and yeah, it's just too slow. You know, they're never going to break this. Some Sharks line down, so this is going to get kicked. Okay, it's box kick rather than going back to. Oh, and stripped and Gorsey's ball there. Wow, you're going to get a knock on from that one. That's a bit harsh. Still the advantage for the knock on. Wow. I'm surprised about that. Yeah, that's quite right. Whoa. What do you think of Tupu tackle? So Tupu tackle. At first, I thought it was a shoulder charge. At first viewing, then you look at the replays, and you go, naturally, no, he'd wrap his arms. So, and I think, and at that point, to me, he didn't get the guy's head. He got some. It was on the shoulder. So I actually thought I think the tackle was absolutely was probably fine. And the problem was it looked bad, and therefore it's kind of like, okay, that looks bad. There's got to be something wrong with it. What can we find that's wrong with it? And when it wasn't a shoulder charge, they had to find something, and they found basically, and they decided they would say it was marginally high. Yeah, I think he got unlucky in that one. I think that was it was a very destructive tackle. It looked horrible. Let's be honest. You really would not want to be on the end of that. So yes, I think he was. So yeah, but that's what I think led to it. Led to the yellow card. To me, I think he probably technically was right, but that was nasty. That was a nasty tackle. But yeah, I think it probably was legal. So now, if the tackle's a penalty, then you have to disallow the try because it happened before the try. So yeah, no, definitely. So if you're gonna say it's a penalty, then you have to definitely then the try has to be disallowed. Too much force in tackling, could have gone low but went high. You can always go lower, and there is no such thing as too much force in a tackle. You can tackle with as much force as you feel like. There's no laws around the force of the tackle. So so from that point of view, I'd say it looked bad, and that's why they found something wrong with it. Yes, he could have gone lower. But so you can always go lower. I'm not sure he was too high. Yes, he went high, but you're allowed to tackle around the chest. You're allowed to tackle around the shoulders. You're just not allowed to get. It's not allowed to go above the shoulder. I'm not sure he did. It was borderline, and I can understand why they did it. But yeah, I don't think it was that high. But it was a nasty tackle. Yeah, and I think we're seeing now with all these players going down, all these stoppages for injuries, is part of the impact of just this game kicked off with such a high pace. I just couldn't see these two teams keeping up that pace, especially with the injuries we've been having, and that's put an extra strain on the players. So, not surprised we're getting all these stoppages now for injuries with ice packs and things. Yeah, this game kicked off at a high pace, and yeah, so we had lots of injuries early. Right then. We're getting I don't think any side is protected. I think you've got sides that are more clever at dealing with the ref, and you'll see things like actually statistically the Crusaders get punished. Actually, the second most penalised team in Super Rugby. But you end up seeing one of the things we saw differently in, say, the Premiership final was that Wayne Barnes was happy to give a yellow card straight very early on against Itoji for a couple of penalties near the line, whereas we see in Super Rugby that a lot of these yellow cards for repeat offences aren't given until the 80th minute, in which case it's just too late. So what's the point? You're not going to discourage repeat offending by yellow carding players at the end of the game, and yeah, so we do get too many needless penalties because refs aren't carding early enough with repeats, in my opinion. Nicely taken. That was amazing. Yep, bit of kick tennis here. What are my thoughts on the French ref, the guy who throws cards around Halloween? I think we should have more cards, to be honest. I think that would change the way the players behave. We'd get a cleaner game and a more exciting game, because the players would soon alter their behaviour to stop getting those cards. But it has to be consistent across all the refs. If it's different, if each ref's doing it differently slightly, then if each ref's doing it differently, then it's you're going to get different levels, and players aren't going to be able to change their behaviour en masse. But yeah, both teams. The Sharks really do not want to. Don't want to play with the ball in their own half, do they? Sorry, the Stormers really don't want to play with the ball in their own half, and at 1 point lead, it's just too fragile. And yeah, Sharks really should have kicked that 3 and not gone to the corner. Can't see any blood, but hey. Blood on the finger, I see. And that's also been an interesting one, is to see which teams, which countries have prioritised the under-20s ahead of the Super Rugby, and which players have and haven't been allowed to, haven't been released for that. Oh. And yeah, happy with the ref. It's a good timing there with that tackle. Wasn't late, but yeah, boy, he came out the line and got around the ankles nicely. But look how far back the it's a massive defensive effort there by the Stormers that's pushed the Sharks back and then turned over the ball. Really looking good. What's my thought on the French guy referee changing that rule and taking the kick away from All Blacks and other decisions? Really not sure what you're referring to there. I guess you're talking about Lions, British Irish Lions talk, but I'm not sure. Well, there's a crowd try because the whistle's gone. And Delendy can come up and jump on him and celebrate as much as he likes. But yeah, whistle went for a forward pass. That would have been a winning try, let's be honest. You can't see the Sharks scoring twice. Yep, it was forward. But my thought on refs and decisions on the whole, well, New Zealand didn't lose the series; they drew the series. What was I going to say? The point about the ref, yeah, the ref is the ultimate voice in the law. Is the ultimate law on the pitch. What he says is right, basically. Yeah, if these are the best refs that are around at the moment. I don't. People are talking about refs should be more disciplined and should get banned and all this kind of stuff. Well, who's going to replace them? In all seriousness, I mean, these are the best refs there are. There's a reason why these guys got to this level. And so I'm not quite sure where the people think all these wonder refs are going to come from to replace them. So look, are they accountable? Do they need to be accountable? Yes, they do, but that doesn't need to be done in public. Oh, massive scrum by the Stormers. And yep, it looks like the Stormers are going to close this one out. Bad decision by the Sharks not to take that 3. And yep, another Tim Tam. Should they make a golden point system with this sort of tie? No. Put bluntly, draws are part of the game, and I'm happy with that, personally. When we get to knockout rugby, obviously you have to have extra time because you have to have a winner to go through to the next round. But for league play, no. I'm happy with a draw. Referees come from Google in the future. Straight through. It's a 4-point lead, so the Sharks have to score a try now to take the lead. A penalty will not be enough. So 9-5, 3 penalties to 1 try. This has been probably I'm probably going to be the lowest scoring Super Rugby game this season. And I guess the question is, can you see the Stormers going well against the Hurricanes? But then again, there's a good chance that'll change before the end of the day. Well, this is going to be it, isn't it? Late tackle. Oh, over enthusiastic there by the Stormers. That really did not want to be giving away a penalty at this point. If they could have tied the Sharks down here for a couple of minutes, that would have been perfect for them. Oh yes, I'm sorry. This is not the lowest scoring Super Rugby game ever, but I think it's the lowest Super Rugby game this season is what I was thinking, Simon. I'm pretty sure there'll probably been lower ones than this. Actually, I should be able to Google that pretty quickly. So this has got an aggregate or a total score of 14 points. This makes this one of the lowest, well, the lowest in Super. So the lowest ever in Super 12 was 11 points. Reds beat the Hurricanes 11-0. The Super 14 era was 6. The Highlanders beat the Crusaders 6-0. Super 15 era, which is, I guess this is what we're in now, Stormers Bulls 16-0. So this will actually be the lowest one in Super 15 era. Super 18 era, the 18 points, Sharks versus Rebels 9-all draw. So this is one of the lowest scoring games ever. Okay, next stoppage. Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, Sharks, Reds, yep, 5-6, it's also there. There have been some big blowouts this weekend. Oh, Lades went after that ball. Very nearly got the turnover. Well, there we go. What a last-minute score to win the game. Cool. 9-10. Suddenly it's not such a... Let's just make sure there's nothing wrong with it. It doesn't get... I think we're going to see some TMO action here. That looked good. Sharks have won. Okay, sorry about the Nightbot there, has gone and decided to put you in timeout, I think. Sorry about that, Joshua. I'm sure you'll come back soon, don't worry. It's only 5 minutes. Sorry, it's only 5 seconds, sorry. The Nightbot's decided you've too many messages in succession. Wow, what a win by the Sharks. That is amazing finish there for the... after not looking like scoring, let's be honest, for ages, they closed it out in the 8th with time up. So that puts the Sharks through. They will be in the finals now. Wow. And that puts the Stormers out of it, I think. Yep. That was beautiful and just... So, just quickly share my screen and you will see how things stand. So with that win by the Sharks by 9 points to 12, you can see the Sharks move up into 5th place. which means currently they would have a quarter-final in Wellington with the Hurricanes. The Brumbies are currently lined up with the Bulls. The Jaguars currently lined up with the Chiefs, and the Crusaders with the Highlanders. We have just got one Sharks been in the playoffs every year nearly. I can't remember when I went to the play when they didn't go to the playoffs. Wow, it's so the I have to go back and actually look at the stats. I've got no idea when the last time they weren't at the things, but there we go. That's how the table stands with one game to go. What are we? 15 minutes from kickoff of that game, give or take. So I'll be making myself another drink before then. But obviously that means our last game is the Bulls versus the Lions. If the Lions get a losing bonus point, they'll move by the Highlanders, and the Highlanders will drop out of the. Oh, sorry, they'll move above the Bulls because the wins is that first. It's the first thing that is a tiebreaker. So if obviously the Bulls will win. So if they get a losing bonus point, the Lions will move up to sixth. Oh, sorry, seventh, and the Chiefs will move down to eighth. The Highlanders will move out. If the Lions win, obviously the Highlanders also will move out. So the Highlanders really need the Lions to get no points at all in this game coming up. Right, I'd take Bosch over Dupree. His father played favourites at times this season when Dupree has been out of form. Yeah, very true. Totally agree that Bosch has been playing. Bosch didn't play today because he was injured, rather than because he was being that Dupree was picked over him. But you're right. There have been some very questionable selections by the Sharks for around number 10. But yeah, basically, if the Lions get anything out of this game, they will go through to the finals. The Bulls don't need to get anything out of the game at all. Obviously, if the Bulls win, they'll go top, which then means they'll meet the Hurricanes. If they stay where they are now, then they get to meet the Brumbies. Now, obviously, to stay where they are now, well, actually, they can't do that because either the Lions will go above them and they'll drop down, or they'll go with the Sharks. So this obviously is not a position that we can finish in. So the Sharks will not be in fifth place. They'll drop down to at least sixth. And oh dear, I've now got adverts between the games. What I should do is I should get the next game lined up. What's the Lions' average points per game? I've got the stats somewhere. But what I'm going to do first, though, is update the table so that it shows them both drawing. Because there has to be at least a result from this game. So yes, so there's a draw. That's where we're at. The Highlanders will drop out. So it's a draw. That's what we'll end up with. Make sure I've gone. Which means we should change all of these now, shouldn't we? So you should say if you're a fan, where would you like to go? You'd probably like to go to the Brumbies, let's be honest. So the Lions actually should aim for a draw in this game, not to win it. So if they win it, they have to go to the Hurricanes. So that is going to be fun to see. Can we get? Can the Lions organise a draw? I'm going to grab myself a hot drink. So, which teams can play the Brumbies? Obviously, the Lions can, if it's a draw. If the Bulls win, then it'll be the Sharks. And if the Lions win, then it'll be the Sharks. Actually, unless the Bulls get a losing bonus point, in which case it would be the Bulls. So the Bulls, Sharks, or the Lions can play the Brumbies. The Red Bulls have sponsored the Bulls. Yes, well, yes. And make the Blue Bulls have to change their name to be the Red Bulls. That'll work. Who do the Brumbies want out of the Sharks and Lions and the Bulls? It's all a bit of a muchness, isn't it, really? Out of those three, to be honest. It's going to come down to the Sharks have put in some really impressive performances this year. But then again, we know the Lions have got more experience at this level, going at least making finals at this level. And then we've also the Bulls have been playing some decent rugby. What have the Brumbies results been like against the African team this year? How do they go against them? They beat the Bulls 22-10 at home, so they'd be happy with them, what do you think? They beat the Lions 31-20 at home. And where's the Sharks result? Or do they not face the Sharks this year? And it looks like they skipped the Sharks. So, having beaten both the Bulls and the Lions, you'd have to say that either of those, I think, would be happy against. Quick update on the sevens. So where do we leave them? We left them with England playing Scotland. Scotland was 24-all. New Zealand beat Russia 31-0. And the USA beat Fiji 40-15. Currently France are beating China. Josh says, okay, cool, because the Brumbies are representing the Aussies and the Aussies are hungry for a title. Yes, well, good luck. I really can't see the Brumbies going all the way to do that, or the Aussies to win the Bledisloe Cup, to be honest with you. Because you'd have to win 2 games for the Bledisloe Cup, and whilst I can see them getting the game in Australia, I can't see them getting the game in New Zealand. Yeah, and as Brian says, he'd be happy with any South African side. We beat the Lions and the Bulls this season, Maul. Yep, you did. That's right. I think the Brumbies have to get a South African side. I can't see how. Looking at the combinations, I don't think there's any other options. So I think they have to have a South African side. So you've got to say that, that and having beaten both the Sharks and having beaten both the Bulls and the Lions at home, you've got to say that's looking that the Brumbies are in a good place in that semi-final. But then they would have to travel over to Argentina probably to face the Jaguares, and that would be a different ball game entirely. Considering that Eden Park isn't that great a stadium, even though it's one I've been to the most, it's amazing that the All Blacks have got such a good record and reputation there, because I say it's not that great a stadium. It doesn't create that much of an atmosphere either. But for some reason, the All Blacks always do well in Auckland. Oops, spilled my coffee. That's not very clever. Am I pro Waterfront Stadium or Eden Park? I'm pro having rectangular stadiums for rectangular sports. I'm not pro having mixed sport or stadiums that try to play cricket and rugby in the same stadium. So to me, that's the main thing, is making sure you have that kind of stadium. Now, so hence I'm not a fan of Eden Park. Eden Park tries to be a cricket ground and a rugby ground at the same time. It doesn't do either of them particularly well. It's not big enough for Test cricket. And yeah, it's not a great stadium for that kind of stuff. So yes, I'm not pro Eden Park. A Waterfront Stadium, yes, why not? Be good to see the Crusaders versus the Chiefs again so soon. Yes, it will. That will definitely be an interesting one after the last one. You got to say, you got to be back in the Crusaders in that, because they will be looking for some serious revenge. But that relies on the Lions getting at least a bonus point. Oh dear, if Joshua's ring Sanzar, he'd have paper, scissors, rock to decide, not a coin flip to decide the last tiebreaker. That's all good and well, except when you've got teams with paper. Will you do paper, scissors, rock via the internet? If you've got one team in New Zealand and one team in South Africa, so have to decide, have to face off with a coin flip, you can do that kind of over the internet. You can do that over the internet, can't you? Oop, here we go. Broadcast has started. Looking forward to Specman. It's great fun watching him play 7s and a 15s pitch. Balls through, yep. The Lions just need to get that 1 point, don't they? Now this one is really interesting. So the Lions normally play in red, and the Bulls play in blue, and yet the Lions are playing in black today in their away jersey. Interesting. Don't understand why the Lions are wearing the chain script today. I do like the chain script, actually. It's quite nice. But you'd think they could play red. Now, is it just me, or does the belt on the Captain America outfit make it look like a kid's fancy dress uniform? Don't know. Maybe it's just me. But yeah, the belt really just ruins it for me. That does make it look like a fancy dress outfit. So, which do you think is the toughest ground to go to in Super Rugby? Now, from a travel point of view, heading to going to the play the Jaguares has got to be the hardest one, because yeah, it's the toughest place to fly. Most teams don't have direct flights, so it can be over a day's worth of travel to get there. From a kind of results point of view, I mean, the Crusaders have got the longest winning streak at home. That got only broken by recently by that draw to the Sharks from memory. So they've not lost at home for absolutely ever. So as far as actually getting anything out of the game, going to Christchurch has got to be it. Now the game hasn't kicked off for me yet, but from an atmosphere point of view, it's got to be somewhere like today. Actually heading up onto the up on the High Veld, when you've got a whole bunch of boas, beers, and very, very loud. It can be one of the most intimidating places. Oh my word! Wow. That is an absolutely crazy try. My word. Number 8 is back. Jeez. Dianchi is a wonderful player, but what a break. Oh boy. Wow. That was pretty nuts, let's be honest. Now, this means that the Bulls, to share my screen, this would mean that the Bulls would be going to Canberra at the moment. The thing, though, is that what I've not got on here is points difference, because you can see that is just nuts. As you can see, the Bulls and the Sharks were the same number of wins and the same number of points, so it comes down to points difference. Here come the Bulls. Oh, some fantastic offloading in hands. Actually, I'm not liking the blue numbering on the lines. Everything else is in red trim, and then you got the blue numbers. What's that all about? There should be red numbers to go with the red trim. Anyway. I want to watch that again, so we actually did tap it. Wow. So is defense optional here? And that puts the Lions back into the Brumbies, and Hurricanes back with the Bulls. Simon, yes, I think you can still get a bonus point try if you score 3 tries more than the opposition in a draw, which is what the Crusaders did against the Sharks in their 21-all draw that they had earlier this season, because the Crusaders scored 3 tries and the Sharks scored none. All their points came from the boot. And I think someone said at the time that the Crusaders got a try bonus point for that game. So yes, you can get a try bonus point if there is a draw, but not both sides. This is so there's a draw, the Lions versus Brumbies, yes, or Brumbies versus Lions. What a crazy start. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the change in tactics here, because obviously being in the high veld, you can kick it an awful long way. So are you kicking for territory, or are you kicking to be competitive? Yeah, I was going to wait to see when he was going to say use it, because it wasn't moving very fast, was it? Janji really getting involved early on. He's a class player. Oh, slow getting up though. Okay, interesting. You can't in top 14. I think that they said that the Crusaders did. Oof. Because he has got a nice little step, hasn't he? He's a nice balanced player. More points to be scored in this game than yeah, I think there'll be more points scored in this game. Absolutely. I think it's going to be a more exciting game than the last game. The last game was all defence. But again, we do need players to pass the ball to each other, not straight into touch. Wow. But it's awfully cruel, saying that an 80-meter, 80th minute interception try. This is a game I would love to go to. I'd love to go to see a. I'm a bit sceptical about going to South Africa because of the crime and also some of the violence you see around rugby grounds. But this game is the closest we got to a proper derby in South Africa. Oh, sorry, in Super Rugby. These two teams so close to each other, been playing each other for a very, very long time. This is a derby game that I would love to get to go to. I think the atmosphere of this one would be an absolute cracker. Through he goes. Very good start from the line. Well, it's obviously not to give it that try, but a very good start there to pick up that one as well. The Blues and Chiefs are close to each other. They're not as close as these two sides, but these two sides are basically Transvaal and Northern Transvaal, aren't they? I think from memory, which basically they've played as provinces against each other for a long time. Whereas the Blues and the Chiefs, it isn't really Auckland versus Waikato, and also Auckland Waikato isn't as big a rivalry as say as Auckland Canterbury, for example. So yeah, the Blues Chiefs isn't. It's an important game, but it's just a New Zealand derby rather than a specific derby game. Oh dear, practically a flying wedge. Well, that is a move that we've not. You won't see that very often. Wow, that's an interesting tactic there. Wow. So we've had 3 tries now, which is more in the first 11 minutes, which is more than we've had in the last game. This is absolutely nuts. Simon Hughes, South Auckland versus the rest of Auckland. Well, South Auckland is kind of counties Manukau. And then you've also got Auckland, then you've also got North Harbour, which is effectively part of Auckland as well. So you've got 3 provinces in Auckland anyway. They used to call Northland North Auckland, which is kind of funny, before they... and Auckland actually used to include Northland province a long, long time ago. So yes, some fun and games. But yeah, again, Auckland has historically been so much more powerful than Northland and counties Manukau that it's not seen as a... that again, Auckland just win too often, historically. Not over the last few years, but we go back over the last sort of 100 years, as they're very much the big brother. Whereas, I say, against Canterbury, that's a rivalry where both Auckland and Canterbury do have a history of both being very strong teams. So with the Bulls back in the lead, that means the Bulls go top, the Sharks, sorry, go in sixth, Sharks in seventh, and Lions in, sorry, fifth. Bulls in fifth, Sharks in sixth, Lions in seventh, meaning that the Bulls would go to the Hurricanes, Sharks would be with the Brumbies now, and the Jaguars with the Lions. So yeah, it's all changed, and with each score, it's going to keep changing. This is fun. Oh, sorry, I wasn't presenting, was it? There you go. Now you can see it. So Brian's saying Lions looking weak in defence, yeah, and giving up penalties, which is a really, really important piece here. And closes it back into 1 point. Both sides scoring at point a minute. This is just nuts. Doesn't help that both sides are tackling in the Bulls 69% tackling, Lions 67% tackling. Yep, it's definitely breaking tackles in this game. Nearly got through. Wow. It is raining points. And Brian, I guess your point there about them about them looking weak in defence. Yes. Is that an offload, or is that just handing it to somebody? It's going to put it. Oh, the Lions caught napping there. Lions defender was not paying attention at all. Way too upright. There's no way he's going to stop it. I think Auckland should have had 2 franchises in '96. Wow. I think some of the way they kind of split up the provinces in early Super Rugby was a bit of a mess. Because like Auckland was, but Northland was part of Waikato, part of the Chiefs and all that kind of stuff. Yet they just that didn't kind of work. He was nowhere near that, was he? Collecting that ball. Why did he let that roll out? Come on. That was he should have picked that up. He should have picked that up and kicked it. The Bulls are absolutely storming this early on. Oh, the Lions have got points, have they? Oh, jeez. Well, the Lions now have dropped out. At this rate, I'm not going to need to keep the table up all night because it's just going to stay the same, which is the Bulls are going to stay up there. The Lions have got to get at least a losing bonus point, and they're nowhere near that at the moment, are they? Let's be honest. That was wonderful play by the turnover counter-attacking rugby for the Bulls there. The Oscar must go to Speckman. Well, the Lions are in some serious trouble here. But it was knowing what to do as soon as the ball's turned over. That was very good. The Lions need to choose them all. Yes, well, they've got to get the penalties first to get the line-outs, otherwise they won't get them all. But the table's up now. Actually, the Bulls might even have a try bonus point at the moment. They do, don't they? But basically, the Bulls are going to head off to the Hurricane Sharks. Would be going to the Brumbies, Chiefs, Jaguares, and Crusaders, Highlanders. And I must admit, it would be nice to see the Crusaders, Chiefs, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Well, they've got that penalty. Here they are, 5 metre line out more. But even if they get 7 points here, they're still not even within bonus point territory. The Lions really have got a lot to do. And they don't even get the ball. Jeez. That's a massive loss. Now, admittedly, the Lions only need to get the losing bonus point. They don't actually have to win this game, but they are already 3 scores behind. In 2 tries, just gets them up to 27 points, which I say they're still losing. So, yeah, 3-score lead, 20 minutes in. This is some impressive stuff by the Bulls. 2-man line out. Geez, what are they doing? It's more like a sevens line out. Yep, South Island Derby, or Battle of South Island. You're right there, Simon. It would be. He was well offside, wasn't he? Interesting. Considering the possession and territory are 50-50, this shows you that basically what's important is execution rather than actual pressure and momentum. If you execute well, you're going to pick up points, and that's what we saw from that turnover and also from the restart. So yeah, the Bulls showing the execution here is an important thing. Turnovers, again, is a big stat here. 2 turnovers to the Bulls, 6 for the Lions. That looks like one of the key stats we've had so far. Only 1 line out for the Bulls, whereas the Lions have had 6 line outs already. Wow. But that tackling, 58% now by the Lions, 70% by the Bulls. They're getting a bit better, but the Lions getting worse. But turnovers and tackles. Yep, that's absolutely fine. Yep, nothing wrong with that tackle. And the ball carrier's dropping as well. Not very straight, but never mind. It's a technical penalty. Well, it's a technical as opposed to a dangerous penalty, I guess. But it's what we really need because you need to be doing your whole line speed and time ability to attack. If you don't, being offside is a massive thing. Ooh, he looks like he's in a lot of pain. You do love the little remote control cars driving around the pitch with the waters and stuff. I like this, taking 3 more. You've got the pressure, you've got scoreboard pressure on the Lions. Keep it ticking over. It'll keep them honest as far as penalties go, and yeah, it just keeps that scoreboard pressure. Still only a 3-score game. Doesn't make any difference from that point of view, but I think keeping that scoreboard pressure up for them is the right move by the Bulls there. Well, there you go. The Bulls have kicked 44 penalties, 9 more than any other team in the competition. 30 more than the Lions. Lions have only kicked 14. Tom Robinson has started very well. Has gone a bit quieter. I guess that's partly down to the Blues having their 2 All Black 7s available to them. But yeah, Tom Robinson has played well, but needs a bit more time at Minor 10 Cup as well as Super Rugby. Going to be good fun to watch him play for Northland. Stephen Harris, who's on my shows quite often, is the... Wow, another drop goal. Missed that one. Clearly the Lions thinking that they're going to just pin them back with territory. Yeah, there's lots of time left in this game. There's nothing wrong with the Lions kicking up some threes. It's just dropped short. So I'm happy for them to pick up with threes. As I say, there's plenty of time left in this game. There's no need to rush it. They just need to get their defense sorted out and stop the Bulls from scoring sevens. If they get threes and the Bulls aren't scoring sevens, then they'll close it up nicely. That's high. I was going to say that could have been very yellow as well. Not a fan of Elton Yankees playing at 12. Talking about changing, actually I hit the ball first, bounced up, so that's not too bad. Then he's... Yeah, not a fan of Elton Yankees at 12. Personally, I mean, Van Rensburg, oh, dear me, getting late. Van Rensburg used to play there. They're talking about changing the style of play, having a ball playing rather than a power 12 who can also ball play is definitely changes your style of play. You know that Elton Yankees is not going to bash that ball up, and if you're in that 10-12 channel, Elton Yankees coming at you, you're not. You're going to be worried about him stepping. You're not going to be worried about him powering through you. So it's a very different challenge, very different style that the Lions are playing. Yeah, he's going to need to have a perfect kicking day tonight, I think. Yeah, and that's a good point. And I think that's going to be a big thing is the Lions need to get their defense up. Well, they stopped that well, didn't they? But stopped the Bulls. It looked like they'd got it all nicely set up for the Lions. You thought they would. Nicely done. Two players back, not three, which means there's always going to be. If you switch the direction like they did there, you're likely to find some space and some gap and some grass. Question is, can they actually beat this Bulls line out? So far, the line out has been absolutely fine. It's only had three though, but to me they've not very straight. So if you challenge it, then you're asking the referee to make a decision. Because if you don't challenge it, generally they're not going to call it not straight. That was a good one. Yeah, good point. That yeah, the Lions would like to have a few scrums. Be interesting to see how when we do get a scrum, how it goes. But yeah, perfect line out so far. Let's see how straight this one is. Yep, that's a good one. Generally, the short ones actually don't look very straight to me. Whoops, he's dropped that. Backwards. And straight on the boot. Very good covering by Speckman. Oops, where's he going? That is a crazy run down there. There's just no room down that blind side. Less than 5 meters. Really, I don't know what he was trying to do. Yeah, Coetzee has been a bit mixed under that high ball today. He made that one well, but earlier one he didn't get anywhere near. Yeah. So now where the area that Duensi probably needs to work on is his kicking. His running is absolutely fantastic. But yeah, not known really as a kicking back three, is he? Now I think the Lions could be in trouble here. Just outside of 22, line out for the Bulls. From here, the Bulls have been very clinical so far. Oh, Lions can definitely come back, but they've got to stop. They need to show that they can actually stop the Bulls from scoring when they're in their own half. Yeah, I think all the South African sides are going to have a lot of rebuilding next season with players going overseas, to be honest. But the number of players, especially actually locks, the number of locks going overseas from the South Africa is crazy. Oh, even a knock on gets turned into a penalty. Still no scrums. So yeah, Bulls have a lot of rebuilding again next season with so many going overseas. As I say, I think most South African sides have got players going overseas next season. Yeah, rebuilding for a lot of the teams, and the Lions are already in rebuilding phase. To be honest, they're not the team they were 2 seasons ago. And tonight, we're missing some serious players. Some. If we have a quick look at the just the Brink, Tuka, and Diamani as the loose trio. Yep, missing obviously Quagga Smith and also Warren Whiteley in there. So 2 players. Yeah, this is they just don't have the depth now when they lose those kind of players. Well, that was good. Lions, pardon me, kept the Bulls out and are now starting to see, plenty of time. Happy to get some points, get their own scoreboard ticking over, get some confidence. Try and force the Bulls to not give up penalties. Now, the balls have got a big enough... do you think Lions should switch Danchings back to centre? Yeah, I'd rather have him at 10. But then again, who's going to come off the bench? I mean, Skozan, you would... Simon, all countries are going to be interesting players after every World Cup. They are, but because South Africa are getting rid of their central contracting, I think they're going to lose a lot more, and they don't have perhaps the long-term planning that the New Zealand sides do about replacing some of those players. So the drop-off, I think, for South Africa is going to be quite big this time. There's a good Wikipedia page that shows you all the transfers. So have a look at that if you want to see who's leaving and the impact that'll have on teams. I did do a video about that for my Patreons 3 weeks ago, I think. Ooh. See, third one now, got a warning. In Northern Hemisphere rugby, I think that would have been a yellow by now for repeat high tackles. Yeah. Simon Lane, yeah, not a name I recognise that well either as on the bench. So, Brian, at the moment, I'm not sure that the Lions actually have got the players to be able to afford to put Yankees into centre. Yeah, Brian, difficult to cycle after a World Cup. It is, but again, another thing I did a video about was about how I think the drop-off for teams from in New Zealand isn't as much drop-off as other teams. So yeah, I keep hearing South African Simes want to privatise. Yeah, I think they need to be careful what they hope for, their wish for there. In all honesty, look at France, some of the issues that go on there. Look at even the Premiership. Do you want do you want club rugby to be more important than international rugby? Let's see how it goes. I mean, once you start privatising these things, you're not going to have the unions trying to build players for internationals. Now, that coordination in South Africa hasn't been there in the same way it has in New Zealand. So yeah. How long does Beauden Barrett have in New Zealand? I think he's going to stick around for another Rugby World Cup, but he's going to go off on sabbatical for a year or two to Japan. Commentators talking about scrumming and scrummaging. We've not had a scrum all half. Oh, that was loose. So you Elton Yankees there get smashed back, and you kind of, that's where you wanted someone with a bit more power. Now, I'm saying I just don't think that maybe the Lions just don't have the players at the moment fit. But yeah, I'd rather have Yankees at 10 and have my second playmaker coming from 15. And it's the low numbers that were doing all the charging forward there for the Bulls, just when they wanted to have a fast player. That's out, halftime. Oh. Yep. Anybody who thought that the Bulls would be soft on, or there'd be some sort of agreement between these two sides, they both got through. Well, yes, that was never going to happen in this derby game, was it? Let's be honest. But cracking half by the Blues there, by the Bulls there. Let's just run through the stats with you all as we reach half time. Obviously, 4 tries to 1 try, which gives you the try bonus point at the moment. Both 100% with the kicking. Bulls 274 meters running to 190 by the Lions, but the Bulls have run it 50 times to the Lions 52. So you've got an extra 80 meters running there off the same number of runs, which just shows you how more effective the Bulls have been than the Lions with that. Possession territory about 50-50 each. Clean breaks 5 and 3, pretty even. Offloads 5 and 2, again not a million miles different. Turnovers 5 by the Bulls, 8 by the Lions. So that evened itself up. I guess the difference is that we get down to this penalties, which is 9 by the Bulls and 5 by the Lions. The Bulls, so those clever penalties we've been talking about on some of the shows that you see. I mean, the Crusaders are the second highest for penalties conceded, and get the top of the competition. Why? Because they're happy to give away 3s, not give away 5s and 7s. We're seeing a bit of that from the Bulls here. Happy to give away penalties in their own half, particularly outside of 22, because you're unlikely to get yellow carded for that or done for repeats, but you're going to stop the attacking flow of the opposition. And so hence we've seen that those being kicked. The lineouts, two being missed by the Lions. That's not very clever. One of those actually is a 5 meter lineout, wasn't it? Really, really poor of them to do that. That was a great opportunity there, and to lose that lineout was a key moment. 67% tackling by both sides. Yep, not great tackling, which has led to lots of points, which is much more fun than the last game where we had like 86% tackling each, but not very many points. And people say, "Oh, that was a poor attacking game, boring game." No, that was just the fact that or low quality game. That was just that the defenses were playing well and nullifying the attack. Catch up on the old 7s. Can't remember exactly where we left it off. I talked about England and Scotland 24 each, draw. New Zealand beat Russia, USA beat Fiji, France beat China, and Spain are currently beating Ireland 7-5 in the first half. There we go. It was actually probably a big gap between some games there, which is there's not much to update. Cool. I think I'll get myself a cup of tea and join you for the second half. So yes, quick reminder, as the second half's about to kick off, it's Crusaders, Highlanders, Warriors, Chiefs, Brumbies, Sharks, Hurricanes, Bulls, as it stands at the moment. So yep, we'll just take that off, and if there are any changes, or as there are changes, I'll bring that table back up again. Got my cup of tea. Yes, it is 4:15 in the morning here in New Zealand. I am fading fast, but hey, I'll make it through the next 40 minutes, and then I'll be going straight to bed once this game has finished. Yes, the Lions are still 12 points behind, but so that's only 2 scores. I reckon that the Lions are still in with a shout in this game. Kicking those threes to slow it down, I think that was kind of that was a good move for the Lions. I mean, they've still got another half rugby to go, but they have got to improve that tackling. That tackling really has and stop the not allow the. If you think actually the Bulls haven't scored any points since the 25th minute, so it's been a long time since the Bulls have actually scored, which is and they haven't scored a try since the 20th minute. So they've scored all those tries in the first quarter of the game, and they've not scored any since then. So. Yeah, the Bulls did take advantage early on when they had the momentum, when the ball was going their way, whereas the Lions haven't been able to take full advantage of it when the ball has gone their way. But too many mistakes like that by the Bulls. We've seen other ones where it's been thrown out on the full, being passed out rather than being passed their hands, and that's just really that's the kind of that's kind of stuff that's going to give the Lions an opportunity. Clearly, the Lions do not trust their line out. Can the Bulls defend and win if they don't score any more points? Yes, they can. If you think about because the Lions have only scored 1 try so far, and that was straight from the kickoff. What was it? 10 seconds in. Can they close 12 points with penalties? Possibly. How many they've already kicked? They've kicked 3 penalties and a dropped goal, so they've kicked 12 points already. They're just about to kick another one. I haven't seen it yet, but it's clicked on the thing. So yeah, the Lions could win this game just by kicking points, but the Bulls, as long as they improve their discipline, could actually could hold out the Lions. The Bulls don't necessarily have to score any more points. I would feel very uncomfortable as a Bulls fan if that did happen, because I think it would get very close. But yeah, it's definitely a possibility. And over it goes. And what's that? 10 penalties now by the Bulls, 5 by the Lions. Now remember, we're at altitude, so this distance isn't a problem. Yeah, not traditional tackling style by Speckman, but hey, he held on. How many more points so the game's over? Ooh. If the Bulls score a try before the Lions do, then you've got to say that would add some pressure onto the Lions. Then kicking threes would start to look a bit dodgy. And this is where the Sharks have improved, is that they are pushing the balls back behind the gain line. And that's, oops, he's going to get, oh, he stayed well and very well. But that's really where the Sharks' defense improved this after that first quarter, is getting that line speed up and getting those dominant tackles in. And it's also a slow ball, isn't it? Very good kick. It's 4:50 in the morning. Sorry if I get the teams mixed up occasionally. Oh, silly. You've also got to realize that you guys are probably about 20 to 30 seconds ahead of me. I've not seen the Lions try yet. Well, comments in the chat. I thought it sounded like there was an imminent Lions try. Are they going to? They're going through the phases here, 8 phases in the 22. But have been winning that gain line much better. That's forward. Oh, if Mapu hadn't been, if Mapu hadn't been charging up on Yanchu, I don't think that would have gone forward. Okay, so the yellow card there is for repeat infringement. It's not for the grass cutter tackle. It is a grass cutter tackle, so he has got to put some arms in. So it is a penalty. And then because it's repeating, if you're complaining about a yellow card after 11 penalties, then seriously, then basically you're saying that cheating's happy. You're happy with cheating. You're happy with lots of penalties in a game. I'm happy. I would personally have a yellow card every 5 penalties, and that really would clean up the game. That's not coming out. Amazing defense by the Lions, by the Bulls. I'm not sure yellow cards at scrum time will speed things up. It's setting it in the first place that takes time. Oh, here we go, scrum. And having lost a player, oh, this is going to be a big one. Big moment. Let's see, does Hendricks know how to bind? Yeah, it's pretty decent by the Hendricks. Nah, Cornflake's asleep. Cornflake's got work today. $7.5 men, a bit harsh on Hendricks. Cool, this scrum's going to take forever. But don't bloody whistle, mate, then. We need to get the game going. So here we are, scrum on the 5 meters. Bulls put in. This really is... this is painful. But this is a massive moment for the Bulls. You can understand why they're taking it slowly. Missing a player. Got the weakest scrum anyway. Okay, that one's... And, oh, they get the penalty. Okay, this lineout's going to be interesting. Missing a jumper on the yellow. What do the Bulls do to not concede? Keep hold of the ball. Here we go. Long time. We've already 5 minutes through, and all we've had is a line out, a scrum, and another line out. That's 5 minutes. That's half of the yellow card gone already. This is not going very wide, I tell you. Okay, interesting. They're going to kick this one. I think that's back to where he kicked it from. Brilliant kick. Well done. Make the Sharks play all the way from their own 22. Okay, this is all about getting a broken field play, so you need to get the defence up and set. There you go. Could see her dancing in front of a couple of forwards. What they do, stand next to each other so you can't get through the middle of them. Oh, suddenly space playing at pace. Nicely done by Yankees. Nicely covered by Speckman. It's on 1-on-2. What I think of Maul, interesting. Rugby X on a 5-side indoor pitch. I just think that how many different versions of rugby do we need? We already have 15s, 10s, 7s, touch, walking. Any others? So we've got at least 5 different forms of rugby already. Do we really need a 6th one as well? Now, indoor, I get that's kind of cool, but I think it's indoor with tackling, isn't it? There's got to be a way of sort of playing 7s indoors or something like that. But so yes, Rugby X, not a great fan of yet another version of rugby. And also we've got Rugby League as well, because it's confusing enough trying to get some people interested in the sport, or getting new people who are interested in the sport knowing what the hell's going on when you have so many different versions. So yeah, not a big fan of Rugby X. Don't see the point. Also not a big fan of Global Rapid Rugby and their things either. Will I be doing more live stuff like this the rest of the season? 2 Cents Rugby has been doing it, so I don't want to step on his patch. I did it tonight just because of the way it'd be. I thought it'd be the playoffs would be going backwards and forwards, and I knew he wouldn't be staying up to do it. So I won't be. So basically, yeah. So live stuff. I won't join the game. I won't be clashing with 2 Cents. So I'll see what he's doing first. There are too many concepts of rugby going on. I agree. Ooh. The Bulls are going to lose some more players to the bin, aren't they? They have given away too many penalties here. You have to go to the corner here. You're a man up in the scrum or in the forwards. Got to be able to get a line up more. Remember, the Bulls haven't scored a try since the 20th minute. It's a long time that scoreboard has stayed steady. That's not good for the Bulls. Now that's game on. That gives the Lions their losing bonus point back, which gets them back up to the playoffs. That gets them back onto 36 points. Puts them back up into puts them back up into 7th and knocks the Highlanders out of the playoffs. So we are back to Crusaders Chiefs. Simon, I don't like the rule variations for rapid rugby, but I do support Asia Pacific Rugby Championship. No, absolutely. I think that we need there needs to be a way for for tier two teams to get in to become tier 1, and B, also we need some way of actually the Stormers are now out of it, aren't they? Also some way of having some what's what I'm looking for? I've gone blank, and we missed that one. Yeah, and also some professional rugby. How can you have professional rugby in Asia? how's it going to work at some point, and have some sort of vision as to how we're going to make it work, really. What do you think of losing bonus point? I think it keeps teams playing right to the end, yeah. So I'm happy for losing bonus points. So here we go. Here's what the table looks like now. Oops. The Bulls really could do with getting some more points here at some thought, whether it's 3 or 5, because yeah, they've not scored for a very long time now. Oh dear. Lions tend to struggle against Jaguars in Argentina. Lions tend to take a second string team to the Jaguars in Argentina. And that's the difference. They won't be doing that in this game. They won there this year, I believe, from memory. Crusaders Chiefs would be a fantastic quarterfinal. Jaguars Lions, where it was 16-25, the opening game of the Super Rugby 4, well, the first game of Super Rugby 4. Jaguars 16-25. So to the Lions. So yeah, so the Lions have gone. You should be able to see this. The semi-finals are listed there on as to how I think they pan out on the screen. Mark T. Well, that changed things because that means the losing bonus point goes. It would be, but it's all about to change. Yep. And this is one of these things to say about rugby, isn't it? That you, at in rugby, you will have moments where the game is going your way and when the game is going against you. And it's a matter of when you've got the ball, when you've got the game going your way, get your points. And the Bulls, when they've had the game going their way, have got those points. This is 36-27. The Lions are still just one score away from getting that losing bonus point. And getting that losing bonus point is really what they needed from tonight. Everything else would be nice, would be great, but they just need a losing bonus point. They have got to get back in within 7. And they're within 3 of doing that. So if they get a penalty or a drop goal, they'll be not happy with it. Obviously, they want to win, but that's enough for them tonight. So we've still got 17 minutes, plenty of time for the Lions to get back in with it, to get at least a bonus point, losing bonus point, and they could even score twice and win it. But you don't think they're going to. Pollard is a really quality player. Now, we kind of forget that, how good he was, because he came through as a you're saying what your bets were. Thank you, Mark. I just see now. We kind of forget how good he was when he came through as an under 20-year-old, because he had that shoulder injury and was kind of out of it for missed the whole season, didn't he, through that? Boom. There we go. Pollard goes through for the score. 41-27. You got to say that the Bulls have got this game now sewn up. Oops, sorry. No, this game's over. Pollard a bigger loss to South Africa rugby than Marks would have been. Big call there. But with the way that they're going to be selecting the Springboks after this season, basically they're going to be enforcing World Rugby's rules about Marisa players. There's going to be none of this what they've done in the past, which is having an agreement. So to not pick players sometimes. So you've got to say that South Africa is going to lose a lot of the players. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if you've got the majority of your Springboks playing overseas within 2 years. The Do they the same rules Australia does? South Africa are basically going to say they're going to pick anyone from anywhere. It's going to be their new law. So no, they don't have the same. They don't have the same self-imposed rule that Australia does. Wales do. Wales have gone down the same route as Australia, but South Africa have said South Africa are going to pick anyone that's eligible wherever they play. Spegman's a good player. Do enjoy watching him. Mark, what can be done against that? Well, not very much, really, to be honest with you. If it does come down to money, but if you are going to start picking people from overseas, then I think you either have. There are basically three models on there. You've got the sort of New Zealand, Ireland one, which is based in England, where you have to play there to be selected. You've then got Australia and Wales, which have a ex-caps business. And then everyone else who basically picks the best players wherever. Now, Scotland have predominantly picked people from home. And so Argentina have the same rule as New Zealand, etc. But yeah, unless you say you're not going to, unless you're going to say, no, we're not going to pick you unless you're playing at home. You're not internationally, then you're not going to retain your players. Now, Elton Yankee's missing touchdowns, very poor, kicking it straight dead from a penalty, very bad. And the Bulls have forced that mistake from Yang Cheese because he knows that they've really struggled to score tries and they really need to be 5 meters out to score a try. That the Bulls' defense has been adequate. I think is probably the right word to say because statistically it's not been great, but it has kept out the Lions. It's been enough. Pardon me, the defense plus the plus penalties. So that's great for Super Rugby with them all overseas. The Springboks. No, it's not. It's awful for Super Rugby. And the kind of how much is the Springbok jersey, how much is the All Blacks jersey, how much is the Pumas jersey worth? Obviously, during your actual career, not necessarily that much. I mean, while you're playing it, because obviously you get paid less if you stay home. But if you get 50 All Blacks caps, 50 Springboks caps, 50 Wallabies caps, 50 Pumas caps, your opportunities after the for post career is important. Sorry about the Nightbot, guys. Might need to look at the settings. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Michael. Simon is. All right, goodbye to the Lions. This has been a kind of an amazing last round, hasn't it? Let's be honest. Highlanders 49-12, Rebels 8-59. So Highlanders Waratahs 49-12, Rebels Chiefs 8-59, Jaguars, Sunwolves 52-10. Hurricanes, Blues 29-24. That's a relatively close one, or relatively scoring. Brumbies 40-27 against the Reds. Stormers 9-12 against the Sharks, which that was different. But then, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these games, the seven games, the winning team scored 40 plus points. With 2 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, sorry, 4 out of 7, not 5 out of 7. With 2 of them over 50 points. So yeah, there's been a lot of blowouts in this round, which is a bit surprising. I think a lot of these games we thought would be closer than they have been. But the Lions, I suppose, the Lions have been blown out a few times this season. The Sharks blew them away as well, didn't they? So basically, we're going to have the Crusaders versus Highlanders, Jaguars versus the Chiefs, Brumbies versus the Sharks, and Hurricanes versus the Bulls. Those are going to be our finals. So we were talking about just 2, well, we're talking about all the South African teams and just 2 New Zealand teams making the finals. Well, in the end, actually, we've got 4 New Zealand teams in there. Yeah, you're right, Simon. Yeah, we stop having professional rugby, and so it becomes like South Africa basically said, yeah, we're going to become an academy for the clubs up north, which is a real shame. That's got to be you definitely play on the ground. Yep, the Brumbies got a good chance against Sharks. Absolutely, Brian, I agree. Crusaders Highlanders, it's hard to look past Crusaders. Let's be honest. Jaguars Chiefs. Well, the Chiefs are playing good at the moment, but the Jaguars are fantastic at home. So you got to back the Jaguars there. The van's driven off with the kicking tee. Brumbies Sharks, you accept the Brumbies to win that one, and Hurricanes Bulls. Yeah, I think this will be that'll be a tough. Yep, Jaguars going to face Chiefs. That's right, Mark. It's going to be a tough game. So Sharks going through the phases, but let's face it, this game's all over anyway. It doesn't matter. Yeah, the Bulls are going to win this one. The only question now is what time are the games next week? This has been a good. This has been a good game. if it has been a bit one-sided, but there's definitely excitement in this game. Windsor in. So, Mark, I'll be doing post-match reactions next week. I'll probably try and do post-match reactions to at least 3, if not all 4, of the quarterfinals. So, do dial in for those. Can the Lions still get a bonus point? No. They're 21 points behind. They have to score twice. Technically, if they score right this second, then they could have a chance of scoring, but no. Put money on it now. Lions bonus point? No. Now the Bulls are definitely not. Are definitely looking at trying to win this by as much as possible. They're not going to give up any points. Well, I've got to say, for this regular season's been fantastic. In fact, we've not known who's going to be at the top of each one. So you've got to say that this is this has been a really good season, regular season so far. Hopefully, we have some good quarterfinals and semi-finals and a final as well. It's been competitive. You've not known who's going to win each week, and it's gone down to the last game as far as who's going to make the playoffs. So it's all been a very good. A really good week, a really good season, in my opinion. We'll have a quick chat about once the siren's gone for me, I'll have a quick chat and go through the stats. Nice dewy night in Canberra, perfect. Oh dear. And there goes. There's the half century. Nice. Nice. Oh, I'll show the dummy earlier. So thank you everyone who has joined in and watched the games with me. It's been great having the company. So yeah, 8 tries to 2 by the Bulls. Yeah, try bonus point for them. 603 meters running with ball in hand. That's pretty impressive. Not quite the 700 odd that Hagar had the other day, but still, that's a lot of running. Lions actually had the most possession and territory, but pretty much even there. Clean breaks 10 to 7, but turnovers, that's a big one here. Only 10 by the Bulls, but 17 by the Lions. That really was a problem. Tackling 77% by the Bulls, not great, but 63% by the Lions. Really pretty poor. Oh, no try. Oh well. So this, I say, that tackling by the Lions just not up to it. 14 penalties by the Bulls. That's kind of and 8 by the Lions. That's kind of what the Bulls did here. They defended tonight, and they gave up penalties, which allowed the Lions to kick 3s, but not get 5s and 7s. They're more than happy to give penalties out at the edge of, within that sort of 10 meters to their halfway line. Which good teams do. The yellow card in there, they survived that very well. So that's the kind of stats there. Let's just run through some of the player stats as well. So on the Bulls side, attacking, England had a good game, didn't he? 146 meters. Hendricks 72. Speckman, I enjoyed watching him. Six runs. Cotsey 9 runs. Yep. That was he did also very well. And Pollard just ran the show well, didn't he? Let's be honest. Starden also got through a chunk of work, 15 carries for 58 meters in there. Defensively, and this is what obviously was important, but Kirsten Staden, 14 tackles, 12 tackles. Lindenberg, 7, importantly, non-missed. Matanzima, who came on, 8, non-missed. A few missed by Visage Hooker, Warner, Pollard, Speckman, Odendahl, all missed tackles. But I mean, we're going to see a hell of a lot more from the Lions. From a penalty point of view, Studden 3 penalties, Simon 2, Vermeulen 2 as well. So yeah, plenty of penalties being given away, which we talked about before. Quickly run through the Lions ones and after bed. Discipline pretty good across the board, really. Defensively, you've Elton Yankees. When you've got Yankees making 9 tackles, you know you're in trouble. He's not a dominant tackler. Herbert's with 9 as well. Yeah, Elton Yankees, 9 tackles made, 4 missed. So quite a lot down his channel tonight. That's why I don't want him playing 12. In all honesty, Mapoe, 7 tackles, 5 missed. So a lot of missed tackles by the centres there, which gave the Bulls a lot of go forward. They were the Sharks. Sorry, the Lions were doing well when they were tackling behind that gain line. I think I've already said Sharks a few times tonight. Jeez, but hey, playing in black, what can you say? The Lions carrying Coetzee, 17 carries, 46 meters. Green, 63 meters. So not quite as many as Diamante, but hey, that was Nabrate who scored. He's 67 meters, but most of those were in the first within the first 10 seconds of the game. Marks, Herbert's got through a bunch of carrying as well in there. Yankees, again, lots of carrying. 8 runs for only 7 meters, though. He really is a distributing 12. And I think that's not what the Lions needed tonight. So yes, that's my that's a quick look at the stats that we had here. They need a Van Rensburg style Delendi, one of those kind of style power inside centers at 12. So thank you guys very much for joining me. As I said, I'll be back with post-match reactions from the Super Rugby games, Super Rugby quarterfinals next weekend. and hope you've enjoyed watching the rugby with me. Good night.